Alright, hello, hello. Welcome in, Stargazers. How is everybody doing? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, MG. Welcome in, Viviana. Welcome in, Lilith. Welcome in, Janu. Welcome in, Weston Fox. Welcome in, Vessa. Welcome in, Aegis. Welcome in, Daho. Welcome in, Cerulean. Welcome in, Aratane. Welcome in, KLMX. Welcome in, Espresso. Welcome in, Dark Turtle Knight. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Hello, Blood Sully. Hello, THLPH on that side. And hello, Ryan Espinoza. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you all doing today? Sorry, you're late. Hi, Arknight. You're not late at all. You're not late in the slightest. Hello. Welcome in. What? Having Hans difficulties? What? What? What do you mean technical? Wait, what? Wait. Why do you guys think that there's technical difficulties? Why are there technical difficulties? I don't think we have any problem. I'm pretty sure we're okay with everything, right? Pretty sure everything's okay. Alright. What? Can we buy the pram later? What do you mean? It would be nice if I could make her into merch. I do also think that she could make, some good phone wallpaper, too, depending on how we lay things out. I don't know, I'm excited about this one. I feel good about this. I was feeling really iffy about it, and I did a bunch of color overlays to really try to bring it more to life. And I'm really happy with how the color overlays turned out, so we can do some, cleanup today and get it to a better state. We should give everyone a sword? Absolutely not. No. Why would you even entertain the idea? Hello, John. Welcome in, welcome in. Why would you entertain the idea of giving a bunch of hyped up Sugar Rabbit swords? Sword funny? I don't trust you guys! That'll be funny? I don't think they need swords. I'm a pumpkin eater only, no sugar here. There's sugar in pumpkins. Stargazer Majors, who's gonna win the Hallucinari Championship, sponsored by Blue Ear Beer. I swear. That's it, I'm purposely denting your new sword I was making? What? What are you talking about? What could possibly go wrong? Gosh, I don't know. Foam sword? We already have the torches and pitchforks for the Twitch raids. You already have torches, pitchforks, explosives. I don't think you need any more. Why would that be funny? Oh. I was forging you the AI slaying great sword of legend? What? I know you said I can't riot, but can I make weapons for others to riot? What? Defeats the whole point here. Blue greatsword of death. Where did you... Vessa, why did you bring this up? Now they won't... Now this is all they're gonna think about. I just don't think it's- I don't think it's something to just grab willy-nilly. Sword, sword, sword. Oh my gosh. With great power comes great responsibility, and I don't know how many of you guys would be responsible yet. What a big pizza cutter. A big pizza cutter? And think about Rome every day. Stargazers think about sword every day. If swords are too dangerous, can we have Red Rider PV guns? Definitely not. Oh my gosh. I can't believe of all the things. I can't with this. Oh. That's it. Stargazers one and all. Give me your weapon requests. What do you mean, give me your weapon requests? Who said you could forge weapons for everyone? Use my seer powers to see if I should make them? What do you mean by that? You mean you're gonna see how dangerous it would be to give everybody a weapon? I already have my sword. Ugh. I want a warhammer. Oh my gosh. Monday energy on a Thursday. We just started. I haven't even gotten to show the design updates yet. We're already in absolute chaos mode. Why? Monday energy on a Thursday, dang it. Want a halberd, but sword blade instead of axe blade? What the heck? Oh my gosh. A rubber mallet. Oh gosh. You guys are so ridiculous sometimes. You gotta, okay. Would you even be able to justify needing a sword? Because you're not supposed to go anywhere where you would need one anyway. Viviana gets an oversized pickaxe. What if the raiders attack? Have you guys ever tried talking to them and trying to be nice? Who doesn't need a sword? Look, I get it that you guys saw that I have one and now you all want one, but I don't think I can trust you. Yes, and they said they hate Lappy. Oh, we can't trust them. We start with butter knives. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea, custom butter knives. Can we start with butter knives and work our way up? Oh my god. Yeah, if you want to forge your special, unique, custom butter knife, sure. I still think you're gonna need help. But if you want to attempt finding the true nature of a butter knife. Exactly. What if some rapscallions force their way into the burrows? Butter knife with some engravings? Yeah, you want to, like, add a special, like, you want to make specific, unique to you butter knife? Sure. I'm sure you guys need it for cheese anyway. I'll still enchant them with funny things. Oh. Make an Excalibur the butter knife. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, you know what you guys can use? You can have butter knives and letter openers. Okay? Butter knives and letter openers. Feel free to customize those to your content. Butter knives and letter openers. It fits you anyway. It's perfect Stargazer sized. Lightsaber butter knife, instant melted cheese. Star, all I say is I gave everyone in RimWorld a weapon, and the friendly fire has been to a minimum. We should do an art contest where people submit butter knife ideas to mass produce for Stargazer functionality for April Fools. I don't think I'm streaming April Fools, am I? I don't think I have, no, it's a day after. But it is on a Thursday. It is on a Thursday. You want to do that? It would be the 2nd, so I can't do the 1st. But you guys want to design butter knives and letter openers? I mean, I actually have seen letter openers that are sword-shaped. They are very cool. We need an artificer who enchants our cutlery, so it makes oi noises every time it gets used. Please do not abuse magic like that. I actually have seen, sword letter openers. They're very, very cool. Unfortunately, the person I saw, the one that I really, wanted to get at one point, they went out of business, so at some point I want to forge a sword letter opener. Which, you know what? If you end up joining the future mail club, you're gonna need a letter opener. You're gonna need a letter opener for a mail club, and you're going to need a butter knife for cheeses and spreads. Oh, gosh. Got it? Time to design letter openers for giants? Oh, dear. Start doing perfect publicity mail club. You guys all know about it, but I haven't gotten to the point where I can, like, openly advertise it. I'm, like, trying to jot my calendar through, like, when can I start being open about this outside of the streams in the Discord, right? And then on, like, other social medias, I'm probably gonna be like, hey, there's this, you know, unique place, unique world, unique creatures. Come join us. Why do we need a letter opener when I can use a sword? Because the angle doesn't work well. The longest time I used my incisors were my letter opener, I have to admit. Oh jeez. I don't know. That could be fun though. Designing letter openers and butter knives. You want a leak? What, so you can cosplay Miku? Let's just get going, shall we? Let's just get going. We can keep talking about these ideas, but let me at least show you the work that we're doing, huh? Like, actual work, believe it or not, getting work done? Wow, amazing. Hard to think about. Alright. Alright, this is what we have so far. Blah! This is what we have so far. I did a bunch of different, like, overlays and combinations and stuff so that it feels all pretty and more polished, more refined. So I'm actually really happy with the way it's going now. I wasn't sure how to get it looking right, but I think we're landing on something really good now. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm just gonna add a little bit of, I'm just gonna keep like doing a little bit of adjustments of color as I see fit here. But yeah, I wanted to do enough that it like, that it felt right, that we could keep moving forward with it, that it would work well. Pramanix piece, so peak, so peak. Thank you. I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this one for sure. Let me see. I want to make sure it doesn't get too warm. I want it to be a little bit warm. But I don't want it to be too warm. She's actually very, like, she has a lot of yellow tinge in her design, so I can't make it super red feeling, but, like, just, I'm trying to figure out where that balance is, you know? And I think at this point, I'm probably at the point where I'm doing overpainting. So overpainting is just sort of like getting into the nooks and crannies of things and just like cleaning up the whole thing, right? Just like chopping up the whole thing and going right over it. Because at this point, we've sort of established our main color. I think it was flat beforehand. Let me see if I have the first version real quick. That is the thumbnail. That is not what I wanted. Where are you? That's under thumbnail, thumbnail, thumbnail. There we go. Alright, so we'll take those away. Now the chaos ended, you're gonna prepare dinner? Okay. So this is what we had last time, I think. Last time, and then earlier I did a little bit of, make sure I have the right one here. Did a little bit of color correcting. So the color correcting got us to a very, like, full looking point where it feels more, feels a little bit more polished, right? That's kind of where our focus has been. It might be a little too dark. It's hard to say, especially with the background. I don't think it's too off though. Might be a little dark. It's kind of hard to tell because I'm going from like so many different places here. But we can always grab white and do like a little bit of some highlights in the tail maybe. All kinds of stuff we can do. Make that a little bit cooler, warmer, and then sort of blend them all together, make them look nice, and make it look fluffier for sure. Not really sure yet. We'll see what looks best. It's hard to work with the color theory sometimes. You think you have it, and it can be really tricky. Especially when you're comparing to, like, I think this is pure white, isn't it? This is pure white. So when you're comparing pure white to a lot of off-white, it can be really hard to see, like, where you're going with things. So we might have to do a little bit more color adjusting as we go. But I'm really liking how this is turning out so far. Maybe make this maybe a little bit lighter. And then we'll do that maybe, like, as an overlay. So that it's really subtle. Do that as an overlay too. And then if we need to lighten it that way, we can as well. Make it as we paint over, we can keep adjusting. Maybe make a little bit here. Just in case it needs to be a little bit lighter. Alright. Let's see here. This is all our color, so we need to go to our paint over layer, which is higher. And let's see. I'm just going to keep, like, basically what I'm doing is I am getting, I am color dropping and then painting over. And I'm also doing that to make the lines a little thinner, sort of refine everything, clean everything up. And then in very short time, what you can get is like a much cleaner edge to everything, right? So that's basically what we're doing, is we're essentially cleaning up the edges and then making any other adjustments that we need to along the way as well. But cleaning up the edges is sort of what is going to get us that sculpted feeling. and make everything feel more professional. Also, somebody remind me about the silly butter knife thing so that we don't forget, okay? Like, remind me after stream and I'll put it on the calendar as well. If you guys are actually interested. It's like, what is it? I forgot what I was, no. Not really sure what I'm thinking of, actually. Alright, which way does her hair go? It goes around here, doesn't it? Is anybody else working on any cool projects lately? Making any cool things? I probably should have made the... okay. You know what I need to learn for next time? I think I need to learn that it's really important to, keep everything on separate layers. I think I need to start doing better with keeping things on separate layers. Otherwise it gets really, really hard to clean things up. Like, now I have to go around all of the, all of these pieces here. Well, maybe not. Hang on. Maybe not? Let me see. Where is this piece? This is just a color part, right? Actually, wait. Let me see. Do I have to, or can I get away with... let's see here. Let's try separating this piece. Let me be a little bit more accurate about it, though, so it doesn't grab that hair piece by accident. We'll grab this. And then, what if we were to... Let me see. What about this piece here? Is there a way that we can grab this really carefully? Make that into its own layer, maybe? Because that could save us a lot of frustration. Let me see if that would work. If I can go all the way around and grab this headpiece. So that might seriously save us some frustration if I can do that. Alright, let's try that. And then let's take this headpiece and see if we can combine. Alright, I have to ignore that piece at the bottom, I guess. Or I'll just keep chopping these things up. Okay. This is going to go with the paint over. We're gonna separate that, and then these are all gonna be made into one layer as well. We're gonna erase anything here that is taking up a little bit of extra room. And anything here that is not so clean. How much do I really need the line? I still need the line art. Okay. In that case, let's at least make it like a dark blue so that it blends in a little bit better. And then something like that. It looks really messy right now, but that's because I know I'm going to do paint over. So then we can grab that sort of very, very thin piece here. And then we'll just merge these. And then it's easier to add that accessory later. So then I can focus on the paint over in the meantime. Did I just remove the layer that was called paint over? Yes, I did. Okay. Right, paint over again. Actually see what I'm doing. There we go. Alright. We'll save that. Wah, wah, wah. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How's everything going today? Was this also part of? Oh, okay. Hang on. I accidentally... Let's make sure that the, let's have this be over the paint over. Just in case. There we go. And then if we need to keep removing this, we can. So that we will be able to clean it up later. Ah, that is the main thing. I need to remind myself that when you're doing this technique, you have to. You really need to make things on separate layers or you will drive yourself crazy. Just making it, like, a lot harder on myself, you know? I don't need to give myself extra work. Just, you know, add more layers. Add more layers, it'll make your life so much easier. Don't do what I'm doing, make more layers. Joining to vibe? Well, we are happy to have you here. Let's see if I can get a little bit of hair tuck showing. Just because it's cute looking. Do you name your folders in major layers? I should. I should. I honestly... I'll name the folders, but I don't name the individual layers very well. I'm not very good at naming. What about you? Do you bother naming, or? It just kind of like, it would be so much smarter to do so, but it just kind of interrupts my flow, so I don't end up doing it. It kind of is supposed to be more tucked in, isn't it? Do you name them, each of them? See, the thing is, I just keep, like, indiscriminately adding layers as I go. So I don't, like, give myself enough time to name them all. Because I'm just, like, I'm almost subconsciously adding layers, you know? Just as I need them. I don't have the most organized workflow in the world. I'm just like, oh, I need this right now, okay, and I just sort of throw it together. I'm feeling good about the color scheme, though. I think another thing is, you know, making your line art thinner initially instead of having to paint over it. Probably makes life easier too. Learning a lot of things just to make life easier for sure. Alright. A little bit of extra color here. She has, like, tipped hair. Tipped hair color. But I want to make sure it doesn't look too gray. It's actually, like, when I look at her artwork, it actually is kind of hard to tell what hair color she is supposed to have. Because it's, like, kind of... It's not really gray, but it kind of sometimes comes off as gray. I think it's supposed to be like a snow leopard, like an off-white. Doesn't always work, though. Shades of blue-gray? See, okay, you'd think it would be a blue-gray, right? But it's a warm gray, actually. If we look at her art, it's actually not at all a blue-gray, which is originally how I think I painted it. It's a very warm gray. Very, very warm gray. Look at, like, these colors here. This is in the yellow range. This is in the orange range. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. A wolfy tail indeed, yes. Also, hello, Jadeo. You know, it's a really, really warm gray. Like, it's a lot warmer than you think. There's even, like, little warm highlights and oranges and everything. So it threw me off a lot because I think when we did this flat, I think I painted it a little bit more in, like, a cool gray. It's really warm. Maybe not as warm as I have it now. I'll probably have to do some adjustments. I tend to like colors that lean more towards, like, a red or a pink. And Pram's color palette is very, very yellow. So I probably have to do a little bit of adjustment. But yeah, there's hints of orange in the hair, yeah. Especially, like, around the highlight area, for sure. So I probably did it a little too leaning. The irony is that it actually made it too cool. Her base art being more yellow, and mine is almost leaning towards, like, a purple. It's really kind of crazy. Her color scheme's kind of wild. And that's why when I was just able to get, like, just the part where I added shading, I was like, wow, this feels a lot better. Because I usually can't even get that far. So yeah, I added a little bit of pink in the lines as well. I kind of based a little bit of her coloring here on the E2 art, because the E2 art has, like, a little bit of a purple glow happening. So it's kind of a little bit of the E2 art lighting. I really should just E2 her so that I can have that artwork. She'll probably... I need to have her more in stages. I'm glad we got to, add her in for the, Maria and Earl. I'm like, she really does need to be the next E2. Yeah, the blue and the yellow-red being opposites to each other is really smart. See, I'm trying to utilize more of her natural color here. And then her hair kind of shifts and starts turning back into the braid on the other side. So I have to be mindful of that part too. Let me see where her hair is turning here. Can I just get rid of that part? Okay, good. Makes my life a lot easier instead of having to overpaint that. That's like a big chunk I didn't want to deal with. I can overpaint most things, but I also still get sometimes a little paranoid. Because you can very easily, I think the style I work in is the reason why I don't bother naming the layers, because my layers just sort of appear as I paint. Because I have like a very oil painting kind of style lately. So I can't really be bothered to name them. Alright, which way is her... Okay, her braid is here. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. There's a braid piece here. Here. And then in the back here. And then this hair piece, I feel like is not quite accurate yet. It's too close to the spot here. I don't like that. Let's see if I can move that a little bit. I still want it to feel covered, I just don't want it to feel like it's connected to the spot. Indeed, naming layers isn't common for painterly styled artists, since you can redraw directly on top. Exactly, yeah. I feel like I don't really bother naming the layers, because I'm always just gonna keep adding more. Alright, why don't we just try to add more hair here, so that I can separate it from the tail. Make it look a little bit more natural that way. Does that work? This is still getting in the way. Maybe like this? Because then the tail is gonna be, like, floofy, right? We're gonna be adding lots of little floof to the tail. So that's probably okay. The tail's gonna have a lot of little, like, pieces going off of here. But I'll probably do a separate layer for overpainting that. because it's in front. Whenever I'm drawing for work, I name the layers like my life depends on it. I'm sure I'm gonna forget what layer this patch of green is on the next day. Oh no! Well, the thing is, like, you know you don't have to hunt for your layers either, right? Because I know a lot of people do that. Like, you can use shortcut keys to find your layers. So hopefully you're not, like, trying to hunt down your layers every time, because I know there's people who do that still. Onion and drawing both makes you cry. Still, I'm a little salty. I cannot share my stuff I draw. Consider Adobe Illustrator. Is it NDA stuff? Do you ever is it ever public where you can share it or no? I mean, if it isn't, I understand. Let me see how I want this. Make it more cel shady, or I can make it a little softer. Make it a little softer for this. As more graphic designer wise, I do not name all my 200 layers nor the folder. Very fair. Alright, I like a little bit of that curvature, I think. Maybe not. No, that's better, because then it's an opposite direction. Alright, I like that better, actually. Then if it's for work, naming layers truly becomes crucial. Not only that, right, but then sometimes they require it too. Or like sometimes you have projects where you are absolutely required to name layers. Like, I have to name every single layer when I'm doing anything with Live 2D. Live 2D, no choice at all. 100% has to be named every single layer. And that's really painful because there's like usually an average of about 500. Those are always really painful to deal with. At least 500. I'm trying to make sure that it doesn't look like it's too heavy on one side. I'm kind of getting the feeling that it might look a little too heavy on one side. It also got a little darker. So I think it ended up looking a little... You know, one thing about doing this overpainting style is it makes it really hard to move anything after. Alright, how do I make this feel less heavy? I feel like the hair got a little heavy. That probably helps a little. Do I squint a lot when I draw? Yeah, sorry. I do, yeah. I do squint a lot when I draw. I can't help it. Because I'm trying to see if it's like, I'm trying to see if it looks right. Like, when you simplify it, your face is showing it all. I'm trying to see if it looks right when it gets simplified. See, this is why sometimes I debate on doing art art streams with the chibi. So I'm like, it looks so awkward sometimes. In the zone. I'm trying to like step back and squint and see if it's reading correctly, because the read can be really it can be really hard to not quite get it communicating well enough, you know? I don't does that make sense, or am I just blabbering? I feel like it can be hard to get right. So yeah, I do end up squinting a lot. It's kind of funny that you can see that. It's so cute. Love Pramanix. She's adorable, honestly. She was my 5-star selector beginner pick thing, like where when they give you a 5-star at the start. I distinctly remember. How did this work? We had 2, right? I think I picked Pram in the first one and Lapland in the second. And they're both great. Lappy based. I mean, it also helps that Lappy is not in. She's not in recruitment, so it helped to grab her while I could. She's great though. She's fun to the few times I've been able to voice her has been fun. So I'm excited to eventually get to her event in the far off future. I know it's a while away, but I'm trying to just look at like. All right, maybe we'll just make that like a very soft gradient. There we go. Where else does it need to be like cleaned up a little here? Maybe this needs to be a little bit darker around the edges? Darker around the shadow area? I don't really know yet. I kind of like... I like where it's soft, but I also want to make sure it has enough contrast. I'm like trying to add the contrast, but still keep it gentle feeling. Trying to also get rid of all of these little extra pieces as I see them, since we're gonna have to clean that up later. Alright. I had to focus there in particular, making that really refined, since that is, like, right next to her face, right? So that part, more people were gonna pay attention to, so I had to add even extra detail to that area. Why is there a... Oh, okay, that's still the... Got it, okay. Dawn, can we please keep it safe for work here? What did I... Wait, what did I do? Oh, I ended up doing overpainting, on the layer with the PNG. That doesn't help us. Why did I... How'd I end up doing that? Well then. I still think I made this too heavy. I just don't know how to fix it yet. Alright, let's... Maybe if I add, like, a little soft gradient here? I don't really know. Also, thank you, MD. I appreciate that. I'm probably gonna have to end up, like, scooching that over or something, because it's weirdly bothering me. I did that and then continued the eyebrow. Yeah. Sometimes when you're doing cleanup work, there's like areas that you thought looked okay, and then as you refine them, you realize you kind of like somehow messed them up. Maybe it feels too heavy because of the difference in the skin tone? This just somehow feels better, and I don't know why. I don't really know what I did. Alright, well, I know it's better overall, so I'll just have to keep working with it. And also making sure that I still do not accidentally add the PNG to this. It feels a little too heavy here. A little too... I don't really know what it needs. I'll figure it out. Yeah, it definitely, it definitely does seem heavier on the other side. The thing is, I just don't quite yet know how to fix it. Does all the hair feel too heavy? I'll work on adjusting it. It's no big deal. It's something that I'll just have to... That's a little better. Make sure that it doesn't lose the... Arknight, thank you very much for continuing your membership. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I can't figure this out here. Maybe I did make the shading... Maybe the shading actually did make it feel too heavy. Just noticed you already gave her fingers. No pram mittens. Sad. Aw. You know what's kind of irritating? There's a part of me that is like kind of likes this rough feeling, even though I just did all this paint over, but I don't know how to retain it so it's like just clean enough, you know? Does that make sense? I'm like, I kind of like elements of it, but I don't know how to keep them. Like, maybe I'll make some of these a little thicker again? I don't know. There's like a roughness that I do like, but finding the balance of it, I think, is really difficult. That's relatable. Yeah. It feels fresher. It feels less overworked. I just don't know how to keep it, but still making it look like... Huh. There's probably some parts that I just want to, like, take back a little bit. Not all of it. Just a little bit. A little bit of it. It's a hard balance, what can I say? How far am I in Arknights' main story? I've only finished Act 1, so please don't talk about anything else related past Act 1. I am no further than Act 1. I know that Pram's storyline is, like, a lot later, but yeah, don't tell me, please. Don't tell me anything about it. Yeah, just finished Reunion. I've been doing, side stories for most of, for the last few months, and, I'm currently in the, Kazimierz arc. So if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure we're going through all of Kazimierz, and then I believe Abyssal Hunters after that. And one more, Laterano arc? All side story stuff to get to know everyone better, basically. All you need to know is that Pramanix is cute, and that's it. Also, Kiara and cold. Yeah, very fair. I want to see Mudrock? Mudrock art. I did end up doing, Twilight of Volamond, and the reason is because I think we did that before I decided how much I wanted to do everything in order. I'm pretty sure Volamond was earlier, also because, Suzerain. Big Suzerain bias. Gotta go for now. Sorry for only brief here. Have fun with the drawing. Thank you for, Paduo. All the best. Wishing you well. Just trying to remind myself where Star's at so I don't accidentally spoil her. So nothing past Act 1 in main story. Currently in the middle of Maria Neural. We'll probably finish it Saturday. And then doing Pinus Sylvestris and Near Light after. And I think we've done a lot of the summer events, so Gavial Great Chief, De Soles, Art of Surging Flame. Trying to remember what else. I feel like there was one more. Oh, Ideal City. Loved Gavial Great Chief. It was such a fun story. Gavial's great. I gained a lot more respect for Gavial after that one. It's so funny because those stories really do make you appreciate operators who are just like, you know, I think she was 4-star and available from like credit tokens, right? So I didn't really pay her any mind. But after having her story, I'm like, okay, she's really cool. It gives you so much more appreciation, and I really like that. Fun fact about Gavial. She's such an awesome character, legit one of my favorites. Heck yeah. She's a fun one to voice too. I like voicing Gavial, I like voicing Lapland. They're a lot of fun. Is this like weirding out with the color? Why is that? There's something on top that I forgot? Oh, there literally is. Oops, okay. I forgot I added the weird colors here. Kind of thinking maybe we don't want them. Or maybe less red. Yeah, just enough to lighten things, but not enough to... Alright, have to keep pushing through. I keep feeling, as I'm doing the overpainting, I keep feeling like, there's parts I wish I could maintain that I'm not maintaining. But I'm just gonna have to push through it. First time, when she, being doctor, she actually bonk him with staff. I'm pretty sure that's in the story, isn't it? Alright, let's see. Got a little bit of the shading here on the... I think I'm still trying to find my chibi style. I'm still trying to see what works best. I don't have the rendering, like, quite down where I want it yet. And it ends up making me nervous on stream to keep doing the back and forth and stuff. So I appreciate your patience a lot. And I'm just sort of trying to, like, figure out where I'm going here, you know? I've done so many, like, I've done a lot of chibis before, but the style for my chibis has never stayed consistent. So I'm always, like, experimenting more on how to work with chibi designs. Because, you know, it's funny, right? A lot of people, they can do chibis really efficiently, really quickly, and, it's, like, considered the cheaper thing to do, right? It's like, sometimes I find chibis harder, actually. Because, like, maintaining a visually appealing chibi is not always the easiest thing in the world. I feel like sometimes chibis are kind of seen as, like, the cheaper alternative, and it's like, but simplifying things down can be really difficult. And I think there's one of your better chibi designs. I definitely agree with you. I think... Okay, you know what? I think that's it, Vesta. I think that, because I looked at the color and I'm like, oh, this color is really satisfying. I'm starting to, like, get better with the color theory. Now I have this mindset of, like, don't ruin it. And it's scaring me. Now I'm, like, scared that my rendering is gonna mess it up or something, and it's getting me all anxious trying to do this. What did I end up doing here? That's strange. So many people are, like, so natural with chibis. Like, they don't break a sweat doing chibi. It's like, it's so hard to get to that satisfying point. Because when something is simpler in design, you can't hide any mistakes. I think I've talked about this before. Like, if I was instructed to do a sculpture of, like, Mickey Mouse or, like, a giant, detailed fire-breathing dragon, I would take the dragon. Because you can hide all your mistakes in those scales. Whereas you can't really do that, with, like, a simpler design. In this case, like, a chibi. Exactly before I started coloring, Astrone said, don't mess it up. Yeah. What about Mickey Mouse as a dragon? Sure. As long as it has the scales that can make everything distracting. Because that's the main thing, right? Like, can you add a distracting element? The reason I say Mickey Mouse is because I'm thinking of, like, the perfectly round head, you know? Makes it so hard to hide away anything that looks off. Never thought I'd see my waifu getting chibi drawn by VTuber livestream, but here I am. Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I really do like doing Arknights fan art. I want to do more of these chibis so that I can get better at them. It's just they take a long time. They are very intimidating. They are quite scary to do. I think we originally I think originally we were trying to get this done for her birthday, so it's quite a ways out now, but I wanted to still finish it, and I also will finish the one with Reed. I know that we have a few people waiting on that one. Well, maybe this is where the white came from. Maybe I was trying to do, like, side hair. Hey Star, how's the Bakadoodle queue looking? I'd like to see Pramanix with a cabbage, like that one video. I don't think I know what video you're talking about. Like for birthday this year? No. Star Drake meme. Super early and on top of things for next year birthday, yes. There you go. Super early and on top of things for next year. Perfect, yes. All according to Keikaku. The video of the Snep jumping in a bucket and grabbing / shredding a cabbage. Wait, I don't think I've seen this one, but that sounds amazing. It's funny that you say that, though, because I actually had a different Bakadoodle idea, very similar, because I saw this, I saw this professional wildlife photo of, like, a snake jumping and, like, ready to belly flop, and I couldn't help but see Pram in that picture, too. I feel like I could just make a bunch of really rough, doesn't have to be clean, doesn't have to be rendered, like, just really silly Bakadoodle page of silly things that snow leopards do, and then throw Pram in that situation. Because snow leopards are some of the funniest looking animals on camera, I swear. I don't know, snow leopard shenanigans are just great. Do it, it'll be adorable. I have to add that to my list of like a bajillion other things, to be honest. But yeah, doodle pages should be more of a thing, probably. Doodle page, or I could just keep it rough. I need to learn how to do more pieces where I can keep it rough. This one I'm not keeping rough, specifically because we had the idea that it makes a really good, keychain design. So now I'm like, okay, this really needs to be cleaned up if we're gonna be doing that. Alright. We get little pieces of the hair here. And honestly, this is the kind of, like, overpainting that I can just be doing for hours and just keep literal flip-flopping as I just kind of go through the piece. Because it's a very, it's almost like a very, what's the word? Methodical? I forgot what the word is that I'm trying to think of. Satisfying? Soothing? I don't know. Just kind of go through it, I guess. But trying to hold myself back from overdoing it, too. Of course. Hey Star, good question. What do you think about Sarkaz Operator? I don't know too much about Sarkaz in general yet. I just did Sakiko's event. I really like Sakiko, but I know she's not, like, originally supposed to be Sarkaz. I know that there's a lot that I don't have knowledge of yet, so I don't really know how much I can say. Yeah, I mean, I kind of assumed that. Brony. So I can't really give much of an opinion right now, I don't think. I am aware, guys. But that doesn't change the fact that I can't really say anything right now. I don't think I have a good enough knowledge to give any kind of opinion on that. There's so much that I don't have enough knowledge, context, information. So we get there when we get there. Literally new here? How much you got in Arknights storyline? Did you start playing because of Enfield? No, did not start playing because of Enfield. Started playing because of artwork, actually. Started playing because of artwork, and I am only just finished Act 1, so I have not touched Act 2. I don't know anything about Act 2. Started because I really love the artwork, and I am an art streamer. And the Arknights painterly Renaissance kind of style in a lot of the CGs is something that really inspired me. Ended up doing a master study for, I think, an anniversary piece at one point. And then a CG for an event that I don't know yet. A CG for Near Light. And then people basically said, like, well, you're gonna join us, right? And, you guys wouldn't take no for an answer. Basically. Basically, you guys just didn't say, you would not. It's all good, though. I'm infinitely grateful to be part of this. But yeah, I'm going through everything extremely, extremely naturally. I'm going through operator records, side stories, everything. So I probably am going to be a little bit late to touching Act 2, because I'm going through all of the Kazimierz arc, all of the Abyssal Hunters, and then I don't know what else. Everything that takes place, like, before Act 2, I suppose. I have a whole team of people who are helping me figure out the best reading order. And I'm going through everything. Thank goodness they convinced you. I'm extremely grateful for it. I'm extremely grateful for meeting you guys and everything like that. Right? Absolutely. Star's favorite sarcasm. No! Shush! Sometimes I can get away with doing cool little brush strokes on occasion. And then messing them up immediately after. Great. No, that works. Better be quick before... What? You're starting AH, you won't finish until after Act 2. Yeah, I mean... Welcome to the game where cool art style meets great music to give you lifetime trauma. Doctor starting from 2020. Oh, okay, so you're a veteran. Got it, got it. Better be quick for new main storyline. I mean, I know that you guys have already had, like, updates and stuff to the story that I've just sort of, like, said, okay, enjoy that. I'll get there when I get there. So yeah, I'm not gonna rush anything. And that also goes for Enfield. I'm not playing Enfield anytime soon either. Because I am very strict on avoiding spoilers. Very, very strict. Any type of spoiler. Any update, any storyline, any characters or whatever. I want to avoid all the spoilers. Spoilers are grounds for execution. No, I mean, we'll be nice about it, but, you know, we also have, like, a, you know, don't be stupid about it, please. We do have mods that will attack. Any type, I'd wait on Enfield till at least chapter 14. Honestly, I'm in no rush with Enfield. I originally was like, am I gonna miss out on this huge thing? Is this gonna, like, throw me off? Is this gonna blah blah blah? And I'm, like, the thing is, aside from Arknights, I'm also doing my own thing, which is taking up a lot of time on the side. So if I can't get around to Enfield, I am honestly really not in any rush. I've got so much on my plate right now. Enfield is not really top of mind at the moment. Curious what would be your incursion point for Enfield post-Act 2? I don't really know. I'm really in no rush. I really am loving this world and this direction and this time period, and I kind of just, I'm happy to stay here, to be honest. I get it, like, you know, veterans chomping at the bit, but for me, it's like, still new here. Still happy to take it as it goes. Am I allowed to tell about upcoming banners? No, please don't mention anything with upcoming banners. There's a, I know there's an upcoming banner that I really, really want to keep secret, and people are doing a really good job in my community keeping it secret. I like having pleasant surprises, so... I mean, actually, it really depends on what it is. In general, surprises can go, like, really south, but for this, I am looking for surprise. I am... Ugh. Please do not discuss upcoming banners. Also, please do not discuss upcoming banners because there are people here who are not CN focused. They're EN only. So even without me, they also don't want to know about it. I think that's also an important point to make. Like, it's not just me who wants to avoid knowing. There's other people in here as well. Alright, got it. I'm just not a big fan of surprises. I'm the kind of player that farms for 6 months straight. That is extremely fair. For me, I was told, hey, you're going to really, really love this one, but just trust us, just save for it. And I said, okay, got it, bosses. Unfortunately, Ave Mujica was not kind to me. I had to go pity for Sakiko. But at least collab pity was smaller than standard pity, right? So it could have been worse. But yeah, I mean, hey, if that one went really south, then the next one can't, right? the thing is, like, I'm okay knowing about a few banners in advance, but it's stuff that I very specifically run by my mod team. And there's upcoming ones that they are keeping surprises. So there are times where I do like to save and I do like to know, and then other times where they're just going, trust us. And I say, okay, no reason to not trust you. Abe Mujika emptied my reserves and kicked me in the shin. Yeah. In fairness, you now want to spark some ops regardless, yeah. I am not sure if I can spark, because that's still kind of a scary thought, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because, yeah. I don't know. On the other hand, I'm kind of scared to get even close to... I don't know. I'm gonna sleep with AC on head. Do your best. I'll leave the stream on for pleasant background noise. Alright, Arknight. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Alright. Are we getting somewhere nicer looking? Hopefully? I'm trying to make sure that I'm not, like, entirely wasting my time here with the over-rendering. I think it's getting better. Happy to announce you got enough to spark the next limited you're interested in. The banner cannot come soon enough. Sparking a 200 op would cost 667 op. Ugh. See, I'm like, ugh. I'm gonna have to see how I feel after, like, after Near Light. Because that's probably gonna be my danger level. I'm gonna have to see how things feel after. Made the dulcet tones of Star Fox carry you to Dreamland. Why do you- I don't understand you guys saying that I have a, that I have a relaxing voice. I don't... I'm not gonna be against the compliments. I do appreciate them. I'm a little confused, that's all. Just a little confused. That's, don't question it, believe in it. Not to yourself, everyone hates their own voice. I sound so much deeper and manlier in my head than in real life. I've learned to not hate my voice, cause as a streamer, you kind of have to, like, by default, learn to not do that. I just don't understand the relaxing part. Because, like, I'm either screaming, freaking out, or screaming and freaking out, getting spooked by someone, or voicing someone who's extremely energetic, erratic, or dangerous. This is where I don't understand where the calming part comes from. You scream and freak out relaxedly. I don't ever think Fox screaming to fall asleep too. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Am I the only dumb and unlucky here that was forced to use Croissant when I only started as my damage dealer? Huh? Wait, I'm confused. How did you start with croissant? I don't even know what her... I still don't know the intricacies of op work, so... I can see myself falling asleep to an ASMR video of yours if you ever made one. Really? Seriously? I don't understand that. I don't... How are we doing here? Alright. Let's continue a little higher. And our sounds occasionally interrupted by oi. The special Vesa Easter egg. Oh my gosh. She does have regular... Okay, this is where I'm confused. She does have, like, snow leopard ears with the spot in the back, right? It's kind of hard to tell because of the shading. Pretty sure she does. Snow leopards have, like, a little spot on the back of their ear. You ever do it, Star? It'll be on the comments with the timestamp. Oh my gosh. Well, that's a big chunk done anyway. I get to the point where I'm like running around the piece so much and I start losing like good areas where I can keep going. She does have a spot on her ears in the skin, so it should be correct. I see like a little bit of it, but it's like the highlight is kind of hard to make out. Like it almost looks like she has rimmed black. Hang on. Is the E2 any different? Oh, it is? Oh. So, snow leopards look like the back of their ear is all black. She kind of looks like she has a black trim around her ear. But I can't tell if that's, like, a highlight or not. Like, let me see if I can... She looks like she has a trim here. Like a trim of black. Instead of it being all black with a white spot. Maybe a family trait? Is Silver Ash the same? Like, I'm just trying to see if that's accurate or if I'm, like, incorrectly looking at it. Silver Ash family trait. It's trim? Okay. So it is like this. Because I kind of, like, quickly drafted this up based on what I was looking at, but it didn't seem quite right. So it is trim. So it's like this? I guess? If you check Cliff Heart, you would notice it. Okay. Let's see here. Cliff Heart. Oh, that's way easier to say. Hang on. Thank you. It is trim. Oh, that's so strange. Okay. Well, actually, this one's kind of ambiguous. I'm not gonna lie. Because, all right, here's where I'm getting stuck. I'll show you where I'm getting stuck. If we look at all the ears here, plus a actual snow leopard, here's where I'm getting lost. Give me a sec. Okay. I'm curious what you guys think. Wait, does she have a, is she in any of the art books? Or not yet? Because I know the art books are taking a while to get everyone included. So here's my thing, right? My last 2 messages when you have a minute? Hang on a sec. I will look at that in just a sec. So, a real snow leopard has, like, black and then the white dots on top. And then Cliffheart has the black and the white dot, and then Pram has trim and then white and then a black dot with white in the center. So I think this is where I'm getting confused. Alright, no worries, Vesta. So yeah, I think this is where I'm getting I think this is where I'm getting confused. Like it's so ambiguous whether it's like a stripe or like you can even see here it's going a little bit inward too. So is this trim or is this like dark with a white spot on it? What do you guys think? But yeah, Pram doesn't have any art book pages, does she? In one of her other arts from the game, she has a white dot. Right. I'm not sure then. I'm trying to look at it here too. It's like, it's not really clear what this is. And then, I think I have the E2 up here as well. The E2 is not any clearer. The E2 is actually, less clear. I'll check. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's not clear at all. But okay. I should probably make it a little bit darker, too. Because it's maybe leaning a little too close to rest. At the very least, I'll do that. Right? You can check your skin if it helps. I mean, that's what I have up here. I feel like there's a kid asking if tigers are orange with black stripes or black with orange stripes. Kind of. Kind of. Check DM, send 3 art book pages, 2 for the skin and the concept art for the main design. Thank you! I didn't know she- okay. I wasn't actually sure if she was in- oh, thank you! Wait, that is perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is this... Alright, thank you so much. That clears it up immensely. That also clears up her bell. Goodness. Volume 1. Okay, good to know, good to know. Thank you, Vessa! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, this clears up her bell so much more, because I could not tell what her bell was doing. Okay, necklace, bell, and ears. Ignoring the fact that sometimes artists rush drawing the ears. It looks like... Oh, and her hair is only tipped on the brush ends. That's interesting, too. Okay. This is interesting. They're like circle patterns, kind of. Huh. Alright, I'm trying to see like her. See if I can crop this and show you guys. Okay, I think this is clearer now. It's not entirely clear, but I do think this helps. Alright, let me see here. Out of here. So we do have like... It's like, the game skin is a little different from the concept art. Because here it's just really quickly drawn as like a line here, and then here it's like a circle, but only on one side. But I guess we should basically chalk it up to like 2 rings, right? That's how it's looking anyway. I think it's like 2 rings. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Alright. Thank you again, Vessa. As your reward, let me read the thing that I was supposed to read. We were discussing ways to make the daily shorts more fun. I suggested you have to read the onboarding line of the operator you pull with their accent / imitating their voice. Wait, what? The daily short... I suggested you had to read the onboarding line of the operator you pull with their accent / imitating their voice. How would I do that when they're talking? Because if I pull them, they immediately start talking. Do you want me to mute their voice and then read it out? Wait, no, I can't mute their voice because... Do you want me to turn off their voices when I'm pulling? Is that what you want? Just read it after they say it, but then it's a double over. Add it in post. The thing is, their lines and the background music are on the same layer. This also clarifies what her color is supposed to be a lot more too. I don't have to do it for every single one, would I? Alright, it's supposed to be like this. I get it now. Okay. Here we go. It's rings. It's 2 double rings over. Got it, got it, got it. There we go. I think that is accurate. There we go, there we go. Okay, fine, I'll come up with another idea. You will regret this? What? I was asking for clarification! Jeez. I asked for clarification. I didn't immediately shoot it down. I was like, wait, how would this work? That's all? Knowing Vesa, yes, you will have to voice everyone. I wasn't going against your idea. I just asked to clarify it a little. Alright. Too late? This is the new rule? You say your normal lines like, wait. Hang on. What? We have a wheel with different accents. You have to use that accent during the whole short. Pirate, Southern British, caveman, etc. You say your normal lines you would say. You're just forced to use a specific accent for each bit. No! It's hard enough just doing the short as is. It is like when Senpai sent me a super chat when I was reading Mostama's lines instead of croissant and telling me to say it Southern. Star, you give Vesa too much power. I don't mean to! Another 700 IQ Vesa idea goes in the trash. Star, you should give Vesa even more power. Vesa's not the one doing it on stream, so they don't have the same, like, subconscious embarrassment aspect of it. Preach it out. Would I feel like Vesa would absolutely do it on stream? Nope. We're proud of Vesa. He will give us swords. Jeez. Oh, goodness. Alright, I can try to do the existing character name thing. I think what I would have to do to make that work is to mute their operator audio. But wait, if I've never heard the person, do I just go based off appearance? Wait, is this something I would be doing in post? So confused. How did I end up doing this on the wrong layer again? Because I'm being distracted by scary robot ideas, that's why. Just meant to repeat the line after them? But some of them... Isn't that weird, just like having an exact repeat? How did her fur end up looking shiny? This is not right. Those are the words hard countered star sanity. I'm trying to do this in a way where it doesn't feel like an indent. Even conceptually, I don't think having the same thing twice makes it more fun. That's almost textbook boring. That's kind of what I thought. Yeah, I mean... There's gotta be some good way to... I don't know. BRB, going to listen to some Arknights music? I'm playing Arknights music! I understand what you mean. I just thought that was kind of funny, like... watching streamer who is playing Arknights music in the background, BRB gotta go listen to Arknights music. Goodbye, present star. I will go look at past star. You can always respond to their onboarding line in character? Isn't that what I'm already doing? Are there SpaghettiOs on Lucinari? I don't know. I have not tasted all the pasta-based cuisines. You want to go to the village and check? Yes. Alright, you can take Prism with you. You tell him I'm having a strong ADHD day. Yes, I can! Yes, I very much can! Oh my gosh. First it's swords, then it's the daily shorts, now it's SpaghettiOs. Oh... Sending Prism with me on an outing is dangerous. She might keep an eye on me and stop me, but I also might be able to be persuasive powers on her without you around. Why? What kind of... Yes, she's there to keep an eye on you. Why would you not want that? Are you saying that there's something that I need to be concerned about? You can be coming back to the atelier with a huge wagon of SpaghettiOs and swords. Random wiki diving, I found out I share birthday with Suzu's JPVA. That is awesome! I feel like there's always something to be concerned about when it comes to stargazers. Yes! Yes, you're just now figuring this out. Better idea? How about just... What? Just cage Vesa, let Prism watch over Vesa? What?! Why'd you get a British accent suddenly? What? It's Halibut. What? What are you even talking about? I can't keep up with any of you. Kind of sounded like a Roma. Raoul, are you okay? Raoul's never okay. Raoul's not okay. You kind of sound like Silence. Oh my gosh. I don't think there's any operator that I sound like. I think I just voice operators. THLPH is on Twitch. Get him. He posted a picture of a horse in Thomas the Tank Engine outfit. Of course he is. Oh. You sound similar to... I'm not gonna think about that one. I'm just gonna not consider moving on. Drawing streams have been getting very Monday-ish. Now there is less chill time. What do you guys prefer? I mean, I think the issue is, like, half of you guys want Monday energy, and the other half want, like, chill drawing stream energy, and I don't really know what to do about that. Do both? How do I do both? I like both. How do I succeed in doing both when they're, like, near opposite? Also, hello, Treon. You switch from being Bob Ross to that screaming Oma with the law name. Remind you of my life advice, don't question it, believe in it. What? Oh shoot, that's not right for her. Now it looks like she has a braid in the back. That's not right. Flip your inner bipolar energy and you'll be able to do both. I don't really know about that one. Inner bipolar energy. Okay, that was funny. That life advice sounds like Naruto avoiding responsibility. Don't question it, believe in it. Oh. So I can try to do whatever she wants, but in the end, chat decides the actual vibes. Very true. I think I was saying earlier, right? Like, I used to try to do calm streams on Irium, and Irium was very much not the right platform for that. And that's when everyone would always go, like, crazy with the bombs and stuff. But it was so, like, tricky because I had so many different direction ideas for Irium, and no one ever wanted them. So I didn't really know how to, like, successfully do the... I don't even know what it... I don't even know what Irium ended up turning into. I had a lot of ideas that I wanted it to be, like, people coming back from, like, hard-won battles and chilling in the atelier, in the cafe, and no one ever wanted to do that. Aaron was like someone who thought they were going into a serious movie audition to actually be thrown into a room babysitting hyperactive iPad Gen Z kids. Yep. Yep, that's basically it. You know what the saddest thing is, though, with that situation? Is that, like, it was so different in Japan. Like, Irium Japan is so different than Irium the West. It had a completely different audience with a completely different attitude towards life. And I auditioned for Irium based on the type of audience of Irium Japan. So I always felt so out of place. Well, hey, you know what? Irium helped me learn how to deal with stargazers, that is for sure. But yeah, that was not at all the intent. I wanted it to be like Irium Japan, where it's like, you know, much more storytelling based, much more like, I don't know. I kind of got really thrown off with how people worked Irium, and I think it's like, it made me able to talk more on stream, but it also kind of like threw away a lot of the directions that I used to have. Maybe it got a little too yellow here? I don't know. Nah. Still so much to go. Alright, where's her hair here? Wait, is this tie black or... Oh, it is black. Okay. That was blue for a second. Star backstory? The backstory is that Irium was really hard to deal with. I mean, look, there were a lot of good parts about it too, but I did not really fit the western side of Irium. Love her hairstyle and that she's hugging her tail. Yeah! She's a snow leopard, so it's like, it's very snow leopard behavior. Western cowboy area. As opposed to, like, Eastern. Yeah, that was the other issue. Thanks for the reminder, Raul. Alright, how do I want to do her tail real quick? Just so I don't... I think I had issues with doing this correctly last time. Because her regular shirt would be, like, right here, I think. And then her belt goes here. I think that's right. Yeah. See, I would have liked Irium if it had been the Irium that we were advertised. And to be fair, because I don't blame the staff at all, I don't think... The staff is Japanese. So the staff of Irium was like, hey, we want to see if this does well in the West. And I don't think they understood, like, how the West sees anime. So the average audience in Irium is, in Irium, Japan, right? Is, like, blue-collar worker, men who just want to, like, you know, talk to nice people and stuff like that. Just really tired, want relaxing vibes, all that kind of thing. When Irium came to the West, we got a bunch of children. They all thought that we were a game, an app. They had no interest in, like, you know, relaxing. They thought we were AI. They all wanted us to do silly things and demanded silly things of us. They thought that they could, like, control us with commands. And the actual Irium staff was so confused because this was not the audience that they were banking on. And we'd get people as young as, like, 8. Even though the app was, like, I think 13 up. I have your skin. Yeah. They thought I was basically a Fortnite. They thought that it was like a video game where they could pick an avatar to play as. They thought it was like VR chat, I guess, like VR chat, Fortnite, that whole thing. And they thought that they could just sort of like select a character to be. So then they were like, "Hey, how do I look like you?" And I'm like, "You don't." I am me. You can't just buy my look, man. Starlight the NPC. Rip. Stern Fortnite win. No. Now you graduated from a Fortnite to an Arknight. Oh my gosh. The absolute state of things when a large chunk of the user base doesn't even understand what the app is. It was really wild for quite a bit, actually. You want to know when I left? You want to know when I left Irium? Like, when I was like, I'm gonna tell the- I'm gonna, like, turn in my 2-week notice. You want to know when that was? I mean, some of you guys know because you know when I left, but my plan? Like, in my head? Get out before summer break. Do not deal with the children who have off in the summer. Get out before then. Like, that was one of my main concerns. The only good thing about how fast that app drained battery was so the kids couldn't stick around longer. I know I like to make fun of this kind of stuff, though, but I do have to also reiterate that there were good parts to Irium. It did help me be able to consistently chit-chat like I do now with all of you guys. If I hadn't been on Irium, I probably would not be as engaged as I am now, and we would not have the type of streams that we do now. So, I am very grateful on that side. There are things to say that it taught me. But I really just wanted some, like, cozy cafe vibes. I never got to do that. It was basically trial by fire chat practice boot camp. Yeah. 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 Kids would also think that they were being real funny, if they were, like, changing their profile picture to something really inappropriate. And, it bothered me so much because, like, I was the only person who was live stream sharing my Irium experience. And I was like, oh my god, they're gonna kick me off of YouTube. There were times where I'd have to, like, go in and delete those segments of the VODs where those people showed up. But, yeah, there were some interesting times. There were a lot of kids who were very bored. Did not have enough to do. Not enough homework, I suppose. By inappropriate, we mean nudity, sadly. Yep. Yeah, like, full pictures that they should not have had. Trial by fire, you were strong, adapted, and overcame, and bravely ran away. These kids made you walk, so now you can run from them. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Irium was the first time I heard what a labubu was. Because I remember there was a kid who was, again, 8, and she came in to the stream and was like, do you know what a labubu is? And it was before it hit the mainstream. And I was like, no, I have no idea what that is. And then she was like, oh, I love labubu, I'm obsessed with labubu, I can't get enough of labubu. And I'm like, okay, what is this? This sounds like strangely inappropriate. So I looked it up, like, on stream, and I'm going, these things are like $50 each. And she goes, yeah, I know, I have 6 of them. And I'm like, why? So I knew about it before the average Joe did because of this little 8-year-old named Labubu Lover. Your aim allows you to deal with certain people who will not be named certain actions. Yeah. When does your Labubu come out, Star? Sumerian people are really good, though. I think that's where we initially met both Eve and Charming Falcon. Yes! They were the very exception to the rule. If we didn't have Irium, we would not have met Charming Falcon. That is true. We would not have met Eve, we would not have met Charming Falcon. Charming Falcon was like a absolute beacon of sanity relief. Also, Newbie, right? Because we knew Newbie beforehand, but Newbie, like, started getting engaged, through Irium. So, Newbie, Charming Falcon, Eve, yeah. There's some, yeah, this is what I'm saying, like, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. We learned a lot. Saying goes, even a broke clock's right twice in one day. It's not all bad, just mostly bad. Oh man, what is that? I know you're not doing a princess. Oh, mostly dead. Yes, not all dead, just mostly dead. I know you're not doing a Princess Bride reference, but that's the first thing I thought of. Let me make sure I'm not messing this up at all. Okay, I don't think I am. Where is the line for this jacket? Probably here, right? Wait. Yeah, I'd say about theirs. Right. And I'll make this like a little bit darker. Make sure, let me look at the ref. Make sure that that's like around where it should be. Yeah, I would say so. As long as it doesn't look too much like it would be falling off. Like, yeah, that's probably better. Always thanks Supa for mentioning you in one video. Join Discord, because why not? Yeah, if you join the Discord, make sure to just, read the rules, make sure to follow the rules so that you can get the chatting role, / the role for everything, basically. It is a great Discord, it is quite active and crazy. Just make sure you follow the rules, we'd be happy to have you. Anything related with Arknights, like, anything past Act 1 Arknights, please just make sure that you keep it to the threads. The Arknights channel has threads, and there is also an Enfield channel, though I do not enter it. But yeah, just keep everything to threads and then have fun. It is a very lively Discord. We would be happy to have you in our absolute crazy atelier. So remember your old AK streams like they were yesterday. It's been almost a year. You were pulling aroma for the first time about 6 months ago. We could do better? What do you mean we could do better? It's been 6.5 months since Star pulled aroma for the first time. I love how that is what you remember of, like, everything that we've gone through. Like, that is what you've made sure to retain in your head. I find that so amusing. I remember you threatened me, in making sure to pull for her, and the first time we tried, we failed miserably. And then I think we didn't try, and then she dragged Necras with her. I really need to, like, turn that into a drawn short. Like a Bakadoodle drawing. Of just this giant dragon being, like, cornered by this tiny little Lupo. Timeline's easy for me to remember for me. My membership is timed on the anniversary of you clearing Chapter 8. There you go. How can I not remember when you went psycho mode when you pulled her? Necras came home and everyone cared more about Aroma. Because you had, like, made it into such a thing, you know? You got everyone, you got the entire chat more riled up about Aroma. It became such a, like, ingrained part of the stream community, you know? Am I still committing StarCraft? I haven't heard anyone mention that phrase in a long time. Oh. Curse of Rebels, an all-time classic. We're really creating, like, our own time capsule of events here. With specific stargazers. Well, okay. Look, we actually are making progress, believe it or not. That is quite a jump. Oh shoot, wait, she doesn't have fabric covering her arms, does she? That's why I ended up making the... No, she does? Wait, she has white? Wait, what? No, she does, she has white sleeves. Oh, okay. She has white sleeves. White sleeves. Okay. Noted. Not black sleeves, white sleeves. Like, it's gonna be like that, and then like this, I suppose. Okay. And then, I guess... they're long, so it would be like this? White on white is gonna be tricky to discern. How am I gonna, like, make this stand out differently? so that they stand apart as its own thing. I think this is why I had the... I think this is why I had the fabric higher before. So that it would be easier to... Let me see what it looks like if I make the fabric higher. It might just be easier to separate visually. Oh! Rifat, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Alright, what are we thinking? Like, cape closer to body? Or cape, like, falling a little? I feel like this might look a little cozier, but I don't know. What do we think? Do we have a preference either way? Yeah, I think I need to use the separation of black and white. Yeah. More distinct in the little corner area. Yeah, because it's like, it's getting to be so white on white. Alright. I agree. We need to, like, make areas that are creating enough visual contrast here. I think I need to move the symbol, though. Well. Let me see here. Yeah, might need to move it. Let me check real quick. If I did this, and then moved it upward a little. Probably. Yeah, probably. White collar, white hair, white sleeves, getting a little blendy. Yeah, very true. Very true. I agree with that. No, it's good where it is. It's a little further away, but I think it's okay because it frames the shoulder better. So I think I like that more. Also, again, I appreciate you guys' patience, because I know that there's other people who are a lot faster at this than I am. Because I'm still, like, trying to figure out my general workflow, you know? So I do appreciate it. Like I said, not as used to doing chibi stuff. Have done chibi stuff. Like, I'm not new to chibi stuff, but haven't really fixed the specifics, I guess. Like, art style-wise. The white on white is so tricky, though. Especially shadow white on shadow white here. Like, what are we doing? Alright, maybe I'll make this part a little bit darker. And then add a little bit of highlight here, maybe? Or please, we're here for vibes, not speed painting. Thank you. Art streams are for process, not result. If we only want a result, we go look at Pixiv or something. That is fair. That is very fair. You're just see Fox cooking, not burn the kitchen. Blending into snow is what I believe she's trying to do. Probably. It just doesn't help in this chibi. Thank you guys, though. I honestly, like, I've said before with streams that it can be hard for me to do, art streaming. Because I keep having this idea that it does need to be more like a speed paint. So I do appreciate you guys, like, letting me explore these more chill stream environments. I remember that there were some pieces where people were like, in the past anyway, not now, but there were times where people were like, getting a little bit tired of seeing a piece that was taking a really long time. So it's made me like a little bit self-conscious. But I really appreciate it. What do her buckles look like here? And if I can, you know, provide a chill area that you guys can hang out with, get some work done yourself, maybe whatever it is you want to do, need to do, etc., then all the better. There's a full body with a lot of details, so unfortunately it just doesn't go as fast as, like, the Blemmy piece, right? The Blemmy piece was really fast for me. The Blemmy piece was honestly, like, I was surprised. I was like, wow, if I keep this up. Random question, do you think you do better when you're talking about the art you're working on, or when you're talking about random things, like Irium earlier while working? I don't think it makes too much of a difference to my knowledge, anyway. I start talking about the work that I'm doing when I'm not really sure what else to talk about. Like, that is the honest answer. And I'm okay being honest about that on stream. If I am, like, not entirely sure where I'm going, I tend to default to just talking about the process, because it's, like, right there in front of me. Aegis, thank you. The Fox struggles to understand that people watch for the vibes of the streamer and the art. Thank you, Aegis. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. It's tricky for me, but I really appreciate your support. Thank you. I think, have I explained this before? I'm trying to think if I've explained this before. How do I explain this, actually? But thank you, Aegis, really. That's really kind of you. When I started doing streaming, this is gonna sound silly, because it's like, you know, it's been years, why does this still affect you at all? When I first started streaming, most people think that if you do streaming, you do gaming, right? And as you guys know, before jumping into Arknights, I do mostly art streams. So, when you try to learn how to be a live streamer, there's only a handful of videos out there online, and basically all of them are geared towards, like, you know, really energetic gaming streamers. And they always say, like, never be boring, never stop talking, always keep going. And because of that, Even though people keep, like, telling me differently, I can't get myself to handle doing calming streams. And I always got so confused when I would see that most of the art streams on... I was studying Twitch mainly. I wasn't really, you know, seeing how YouTube differed. I would always be so surprised that most of the art streams on Twitch were completely silent. And it would always throw me off because the game streamer was always saying, you have to talk, and constantly be moving. And then there'd be all these art streamers who were barely even acknowledging their chat existed, frankly. And I could never quite parse, like, how any of this was going. So it, like, now I have very talkative art streams. But I always get self-conscious about art streams. Does any of that make sense? I don't know if any of that makes sense. You can disagree with it, but does it at least make sense of, like, where the mindset came from, I guess? But yeah, that's kind of where this comes from. Don't take advice from XQC. Oh. Thank you for being one of the nice artists that acknowledges our existence. I studied, and not to say that these artists are not extremely talented, most of them are really, really good. But basically what I noticed is that art streamers, on Twitch anyway, YouTube might be different, I don't know, but on Twitch, art streamers tend to use their streams as their 9 to 5. And what I mean by that is art streamers on Twitch, not all of them, obviously there's gonna be exceptions, but the vast majority, use the Twitch stream as, I'm working on getting stuff done, I need to work on clients, I need to work on commissions, whatever. I'm not here to entertain you. The entertainment is in watching the process. And they would usually be throwing in, like, a bunch of, you know, copyright, Miku-sans or something, playing some TV show in the background that they weren't supposed to be or whatever. And it was basically just like, you're here to join us, and maybe you're working on something too, and there's, like, you know, radio time, but I'm not greeting people, I'm not chit-chatting with people, mic off, I'm working, and they would stream for, like, you know, 8-10 hours a day, because it really was, like, a 9 to 5. So, that was all I've seen for, like, the majority of art streaming. And then I would see the game streamers being like, you have to always talk, you have to always be entertaining, blah, 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 blah. And then I would be like, well, where the heck do I go? It's fair, are you pretty self-conscious about the stream would turn out, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. It does, but look what kind of audience you're attracting. That's true. If you'd follow that advice, you'd end up with more TikTok kids. True. Might as well watch a time-lapse then. Yeah. So I think that's just, like, that's kind of my way of saying, like, I'm sorry that I'm constantly anxious, especially with art streams. But that is kind of why, and I've never quite been able to get over it. And the thing is, there is one other person that, that I know has sort of tried the different routes. And, there's someone who actually has a very similar name to me, and we get mistaken a few times. But they also tried, like, the really energetic art stuff, and then, like, the really quiet art stuff. And you also have to sort of acknowledge, because I've talked with them about this before, right? You have to acknowledge that if you're going to do an entertaining, talkative art stream, it doesn't matter what the subject is, because, Vess, I think you were asking, like, do you focus better if you're talking about this or that? If you're doing any form of no silent art stream at all, you're going to be less productive than if you are just not streaming at all, right? I mean, that's just kind of the nature of it. Unless you're doing one of those, like, 9 to 5, I'm hunkering down and just working, you will have a less productive art output than if you just did not stream. But the difference is, are you doing it for the love of streaming? Are you doing it for a community? Are you doing it for an audience? That kind of thing. Think you found a nice in-between? I hope so. I prefer much more the slow chat than the famous VTuber streamer one. It's funny, because sometimes you look at, you know, famous VTubers, and when you actually, like, watch their stream, I remember, I think, either Vessa or one of our friends was talking about how they were watching, like, a stream of Gargura one day. And they kind of just, came back to us with their findings, and they were like, so, guys, the stream isn't actually any different from what we do. Like, there's no magic, there's no magic element that they have that you can't. Which was kind of eye-opening, too. Denara Stylus on tablet ASMR stream. Some people like that, I suppose. Go hit sec now. Hot the fox for me. Thank you again, Aegis. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. Thank you again for your support. Really. Really. That's the thing. If the process of making the art is the content for interaction to happen around, then there's no need to speedrun product. Bleh. Then there's no need to be speedrun productive. If the process of making the art is the content for interactions to happen around, there's no need to be speedrun productive. That's the thing, right? This is also where I've been, locked, kind of, is like... Oh man, how do I explain this? Because I completely understand what you're saying. I think I've had this mindset that, like, if you're doing chit-chatting art stream, then... Oh man, how does this work? I don't know how to, like, fully explain it, but it's essentially the reason I ended up, giving myself carpal. I was trying to do the entertaining art stream thing, and instead of just, like, chit-chatting while working, I tried to be, like, the most entertaining art streamer that you could be. I tried treating the streams like a circus act. And I ended up getting carpal for it, so learned a lot. Learned a lot. I used to spend so much time watching other art streamers and trying to see, like, what they were doing to stand out. It was kind of crazy. It's just way less personal. Just massive screaming voices of that size. Yeah, true. It's difficult that someone of the chatters stand out from the crowd. Yeah. Anyone reasonable who's made it big on YouTube or Twitch will tell you the overwhelming main reason for their success is luck with the algo. Very true. Yeah. Luck with the algo or just being really good at the evergreen stuff, which I'm not yet. I'm not great at the evergreen stuff, but I do know a lot of people really do well when they get their when they get moving with the evergreen. Don't know why, especially because it has barely anything to do with what you're talking about. This reminds me of how much contrast there is between me and my best friend. In real life, I'm usually pretty self-conscious, keep to myself, and get embarrassed rather easily. My best friend has no sense of self-consciousness. He kinda acts like a clown most of the time, so much so it sometimes gives me secondhand embarrassment. Oh no. Blurry Wild text is very hard to interact with. Please don't hurt self. I have streamer friends that we do that. The Circus of Madness model. That level of chaos needs more than one set of eyes, and an expectation you may not get anything constructive done. That is so true, yes. Yeah. I mean, I would kind of, like, when I was doing the circus style thing, I was building the stream with the idea that it was not going to be a productive stream. I wasn't, like, planning on getting anything done that stream. It was just pure, like, It was just pure chaos level. But the thing is that I realize, the thing is that I realize now is that, like, at that point in time, I was not at a size to even entertain doing the circus level thing, because, you know, if a tree falls in the forest kind of thing. So I was going out of my way to make, like, really wild streams, but also as an art streamer, and it never felt like it was enough. And I didn't have much of an audience to justify it, aside from, like, you know, amusing Vesa or Sea Hero or something. So, you know, learned a lot of different things going through all of this, right? And the thing is, I think we can still have fun. I think we can still do fun streams. But, like, more as events than constantly trying to churn out games and activities. And time speed paints murdered to hands. Yeah. I would do time speed paints, where it would be like 10 minutes and I was trying to do like a full painting. Dad definitely murdered to hands, yeah. True. You as a streamer should get some return at least. Be a good company in conversation or good vibes from folks. Yeah, absolutely. It was more like, it's like I enjoyed doing it, but it was more like for the amount of people watching, the time did not entirely make sense, you know? Like, I could have, it's such a catch-22, right? Because, like, if it's not different, it's not really gonna grow. How do I explain that? It's such a catch-22 when you're at that smaller size, because you feel like you have to do everything you can to scream to the rooftops. And I think that this is really, really, really what comes into the main advice that a lot of the best streamers give, which, you know, admittedly, it makes sense. If KLMX sees this, I can see him, like, gritting his teeth. That evergreen content is kind of the only way to grow now. Like, you have to be putting out the shorts, you have to be putting out the videos. So you can have the best streams in the world, and if no one knows you stream, because streams have, like, zero discoverability, then, yeah, that's kind of what ends up happening. I wouldn't say zero discoverability, because obviously we've seen some new people here today. But very, very limited, right? And obviously, you know, I can't say that 100% because you guys obviously found me with Arknights. But there is still a level of, if it's not based on an existing well-known thing, like a property, right? Then the evergreen thing has to be an element, and I need to get better at that myself too. The 5 line doodles are fun. I'm still surprised at how well Lappy turned out on that. 5 line doodles are fun. The issue with what I was doing before is that, so the little 5 line doodle, that was like, I can think about it, I can sort of move things around, I can sort of, like, you know, give it some clarification. What was bad was when I legitimately had the timer going. Because the timer going is what causes you to tense up. And doing an entire stream or two of, like, you know, 20 paintings with 5 or 10 minute timers going, that's what's gonna give you carpal. There's ways to do it, and then there's ways to not do it. And I learned the ways to not do it. I feel like you could get away with circus mode, but only really if you use it as an outlet from the serious offline work. In be silly and have fun way, not in dance monkey kind of way. Yeah, yeah. No, it's like, that's the kind of thing where you plan it out, right? Like when we had Starfall and we did the MS Paint drawings, that's when it's fun. That I genuinely enjoy. That is a fun time with the community. MS Paint drawings are always popular. MS Paint stream fun. Yeah. You make them like really special though. You can't have a party every day. You gotta curb the party. I think the other thing is like, I have had like a lot of party type of events that I've hosted in my lifetime. So I kind of have this mindset of like always wanting to entertain crazier and crazier. But, you know, you get to the point where you sort of learn where you can just chill and where it works to be more consistent. You know, burning out would be the last thing you'd want. And man, burnout I have. I've had a and okay, just to reassure people, it's not gonna happen again. Like, I guarantee you this is not gonna happen again. I have had burnout where it was like, I think I'm gonna take like a 2-week break. It was during the holidays. Like, I'll be back refreshed. I just sort of need to like reevaluate where my content's going. 1 year later. But the different, you know, the thing is, I was always keeping in contact, right? I never left the Discord or anything. I just wasn't streaming. I always let people know that I was active and alive. But I fully burnt out. And then Irium happened, which brought me back. I mean, it didn't directly. I was probably gonna come back anyway, but Irium was a little bit of an extra push. You feel like you gotta step it up each time and go bigger and grander and better, but you really don't. General you, not just you specifically. Yeah. It's almost the same way I dropped my masters. Oh no. It's okay, though. It's okay. You know, we learn a lot from these things, right? We learn a lot from these things. I think that's important. And you get to work with robots and hang out in streams with robots. What? Wait, I forget. Is Couch working robotics? Yeah, no, I forgot what you were working with. Alright, okay. It took me a bit to parse, and I'm like, wait, Couch is doing robotic stuff, right? And then robotics in stream, that's Vesa. Okay. It took me a minute. Yeah. It's all good, and like, you know, no one path is gonna work right for everybody, and that's really important too. I feel like nowadays, like even compared to not too long ago, I think nowadays it's even more that's the case. We switch up a lot and learn from it. and that is the important part. Yeah, Treon was saying earlier, like, oh, we got, you know, Starlight backstory. There you go. There's some more backstory for you today. I found you through word of mouth through other friends who are artists. Really? That's really cool. Yeah, this is cozy. I like this now. This is cozy. I know this is a cape, but I keep painting it as if it's a blanket. And to be honest, like, yes. Just make it a blanket. The important lesson was to be able to recognize when something isn't for you, and then to have the courage to give up regardless of pressure, persevere, and go do something else. Yeah, 100%. I think that is extremely important. I had more of like, I kind of had the opposite. I had like, how do I describe? I had like the whole, don't do this, go in this other direction, and then being like, no, I'm gonna... No, I wouldn't even say that. I was not defiant. More just like, you know, what is supposed to work for you is going to fall into place, right? But yeah, to recognize when something isn't for you and then have the courage to give up regardless of pressure to persevere. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, for sure. Ironically, I probably would not be doing nearly as much... I probably would not be drawing anime as I am now if it wasn't for VTubing, because VTubing is what opened me up to a clientele of people who wanted anime art, and I previously was in that space of like, no, you know, anime is not real art or whatever. And I was really close to going into card and gift design, which would not have been terrible, except for the fact that it's one of the easiest AI industries now. Would not have been terrible at the time, anyway. But ironically, the anime industry is a lot stronger because the AI can't replicate people's original characters. Fan art they can learn, but like VTubing and everything, OCs, Dungeons & Dragons, that whole direction, much harder. Your work is a lot more stable. Not stable in terms of, you know, freelance is never stable, but stable in terms of AI copycat. I don't understand why our teachers say anime is not drawing. They say anime is not drawing because a lot of the anime that people get exposed to is not stuff like the beautiful Renaissance level of Arknights. A lot of stuff that they're looking at is things with really exaggerated proportions, really exaggerated eyes, exaggerated eyes, fair enough. Really, really exaggerated, styles that make the art teacher think that you will never learn actual human anatomy. But what they don't understand is that actual human anatomy is more accurate in anime than in most other art styles, right? The corporate, lineless art, that's not accurate at all. Children's books can be wacky looking. American cartoons like SpongeBob have no accuracy. So, they think that a lot of it is, like, just not... They think that it'll stop you from learning human anatomy and proportion, but the truth is that the anime anatomy is actually more accurate than most things. Busy just came to say, have a nice day. Evie Rard, thank you. I hope you have a lovely day yourself. Thank you, thank you. Corpo Brutalist, yes, thank you. Yeah, I hate that art style so much. Closed-mindedness? Yeah, it is a lot of closed-mindedness for sure. I think that the closed-mindedness is going away as anime has gotten more mainstream, but you still have some teachers who will stick to their guns. I had a teacher who was very, very against it, and, I had to change my senior thesis. That was not fun. You mean I can't achieve the Johnny Bravo build? I was not good at drawing people, before I started drawing anime, ironically. If I had learned to draw anime, if I'd been open to being allowed to draw anime, I would have drawn humans better in general. Because I would have had the enthusiasm for it. I did not have the enthusiasm to be doing, realistic human paintings at the time. My entire portfolio, my whole portfolio, guys, was just animals. My whole portfolio was just animals. Fantasy animals, lots of furry stuff. But mainly animals. Yeah, the furry stuff didn't really slide either, but hey. I did not have a lot of good examples of knowing how to draw people. I would have had so many more if I had been allowed to do it in an anime style. Because I would have had a lot more passion for it. But yeah, I was not good at drawing people, and I had a project where I really wanted to try to do this huge concept art assignment, that was all based on drawing people, because it was like, redesigning characters from a book, and the work was just not there. I was running out of time. It did not look good. It did not look, it did not look like end of university level at all. And I had to scrap the whole thing and just go back to animals because I was running out of time and I had to present something. And then, because of VTubing, I was able to get back into drawing anime. And that changed so much. And to this day, I'm still really behind in drawing people. That's probably a big reason as to why these pieces also take me a long time. But Arknights, anime art in general, VTubing, I am, like, forever grateful for. Actually getting me to this place where I can get better at drawing humans, which vastly opens up your opportunities as a freelancer, that's for sure. Mystic, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. I was very lucky. My teacher was supportive and handed me lots of anime drawing guides. Ironically, despite having supportive teachers and all, I never really had a huge passion for drawing. In fact, I took drawing as a necessity. I had ideas that other artists didn't do, and I wanted to see them visually, so I drew them. I hate to admit it, but nowadays I would have just used AI. No, Raul, you should be so proud of yourself to not be using AI, because, like, there's so many people now who are, like, ex-AI users who are basically saying, like, I used AI because I wanted to see my ideas, but the AI can't do it how I envision, so I'm gonna learn how to draw and pick up a pencil, and it's so much better. Like, there's so many AI artists now who are like, I was using this, and now I just realized that I'd rather just learn how to be an artist. I always thought AI-generated stuff was horrifying. Yeah. The scary thing is, though, like, I was on Pinterest today because, like I said, I'm still trying to learn this art style, so I am getting references of people who work in this art style. And the amount of AI pieces that I couldn't even recognize as being AI, that had, like, no faults at all, but it had no AI faults, but it had so many, like, handmade artist faults. You know what I mean? It had, like, little brush strokes, little dabs, little scratchy piece, like, everything that makes something look really handmade. It had those elements, and it freaked me out. Sometimes you see it and you just know something's off. That's the problem, though. I'm getting tricked now. Like, as an illustrator, I'm getting tricked. And the fact that I, as someone who has studied this professionally, is getting tricked is really starting to freak me out. Like, the fact that I stare at it for, like, 5-10 minutes at least, and I can't find faults. Maybe there'll be one hair that is a little bit blurred and twists around itself. But it's getting to a really scary point, honestly. But you know what? I'm kind of at the point now where it's like... And I know that this is a controversial take. I know not every artist shares this, and if you don't, then I completely understand. But I'm at the point now where I'm just so irritated with, like, how much the AI is taking to the point it can perfectly replicate an artist that I'm going, okay, you know what? Fine. I'm gonna save this stupid image, and I'm going to, I'm gonna use it as reference to study from, not steal, not paint over, not claim as my own or whatever, do, like, whatever the heck. But it's like, it's been generated. You've already done the harm of it. And I'm gonna study from it because might as well study from something that isn't directly based on a real artist's work, right? If it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of different artists, then fine. I'm gonna learn render techniques from this too. Because if it's gonna be that accurate to the point that it's tricking everybody, might as well make your own work look just as good. Coming full circle in the future, now real artists have to implement actual faults to not be seen as AI. The scary thing is that there's so many things that are considered, like, the standard AI style, and I feel so bad for artists who it was their style, you know? Like, the AI trained on them, and the style that looks AI, quote-unquote, is actually just like, you know, Purple Kitty 123s on Pixiv. Like, that's just disturbing. I've seen people say they've had to change their art styles. Even if you did steal from AI, the Supreme Court ruling makes it literally victimless crimes and no crime at all. It's less the crime aspect of it, and more the whole stealing from AI thing is very controversial in the art world, because there are people who believe that you absolutely should not even give it a second look. You should just ignore it entirely. You should never, ever, ever bother with it. It is literally a plague. It will make you a worse artist. Never do anything with it. But it's not a tool to me in the way that most people say that it's a tool. Like, oh, I'm just using it as a tool. I don't see it that way. I see it as a tool in the sense of something that I can rip. And I don't mean, like, doing a paint over of it or redrawing it. I mean, like, taking the color schemes, that might be unusual, or rendering in a way that I don't see often. Because maybe they grabbed it from, like, some artist on a Chinese site that I've never seen before. But if you're going to be studying from other artists, don't ever use AI to study anatomy. Don't ever use AI to study perspective. Don't ever use AI to study, like, those kind of fundamentals. But if it's doing a really weird thing with color, if it's doing, like, a really, satisfying, render or whatever, then steal from that. But it's so controversial still, because there's so many artists who basically just say, you should just let the whole thing die and never ever touch it. And the thing is, like, if the thing that I'm saying is basically like, words, this is hard to articulate. The thing for me is, like, I have a lot of aesthetics that just are not done often by people. It's no surprise that I have, like, a really, crystalline-based aesthetic, right? I think I was talking about, like, in the skin with Sakiko. I have certain color palettes I like. I have certain designs I like. I have certain directions I like. And it's just rarely ever made. It's just rarely ever done. So sometimes, if something's already been put onto Pinterest, then yeah, I'll throw that in a folder, specifically call out the folder as needing to be separate from everything else because it's not real art, and just seeing what I can grab from it. And seeing how I can make a version of it that is something I'm not seeing enough from other real artists, but something that I can still use as, like, dumpster diving material. Does that make sense? I don't want to be the type of artist who is like, I refuse to acknowledge that this is enticing to anybody. Because here's the thing. Yes, people are definitely going to want more handmade things. Yes, people are going to have to start trying to add, like, faults in their art so that it appears handmade. All of that kind of stuff. But when you break down, like, how most people behave, people still want clean and pretty in a lot of ways. I don't mean clean and pretty like, you know, pure clean line art, but I mean, like, nice and satisfying. So don't make your art style worse to go against the AI. Just match the AI, if that makes sense. Like, if you're going to compete with this thing, then compete with it and advertise yourself as a handmade artist. But don't make your work, like, lower so that you can say it's handmade. Like, still deliver the best quality you can. And if some of it means that you're taking from AI to do it, then maybe that's how it has to be. If you never, ever, ever want to do it, that's fine too. But it's very controversial, it's a very controversial take. I think I made this way too... I'm chit-chatting, like, while working on this, and I think I ended up making it way too refined for a chibi. These pieces, I should double up so that they're, not as, realistic in proportion. There's also other artists who, like, they'll straight up, if there's someone who wants to commission them, and the only reference they have is AI, then the artist will straight up refuse them and say, I refuse to work with you. But the thing is, like, they might be commissioning you because they're trying to, like, not use the AI, and you might be their only way to, like, get out of using that as a reference. Because I know there's people who, like, I don't want to use it, but I can't get my idea in the way I have in my head, so I'm using it to send to an artist so that I can get a real version of it. But then they get hate for having the reference before they can even contact an artist. And then that doesn't help either, and then it just makes all artists look like jerks, so you're not helping any of us. So my thing is, like, don't use it as a tool in the way that people say they use it as a tool to avoid buying real art. But if you yourself are an artist, study from it. See what it's doing that people like, and then take that and use it. Do not generate your own work. That's the stuff that, you know, hurts the environment. Don't make any of it yourself. You don't need to. There's so much of it out there. But see what is making people attracted to it. And if you yourself happen to already like that style when it is done by a human, don't just start copying AI styles. But if you already happen to like it, then, you know, make a separate folder and give yourself some leeway to study. Use it as research. Don't pretend you're an artist, don't generate it. Don't start painting over it as an easier way to make your commissions go faster. But use it as a research tool. And now have a great week in stream. Starlight, hope you keep being the awesome artist you are and take care of yourself. Thank you, Trion. I hope you have a good rest of your evening, too. You see the AI art like a fantasy rogue sees an old blind rich man with very jingly pockets. I think that the way people have stolen AI has... There's different ways to steal AI that work and don't work from what I'm seeing online. If you do the thing where you just repaint an existing AI piece, a lot of people don't like that. You can be like, look, I made a better version of it. And it's like, yeah, but the original output was AI. So my mindset is just use it to study rendering. Like, that's my main thing, right? And again, make sure it is separated as heck. I never, ever, ever put the two together. They're not allowed to touch. It's like, you know, I don't want my different foods touching on a plate kind of thing, right? Don't ever let them touch. Don't let real art touch the AI art. Don't ever put them in the same folder. But utilize it. If it's there. And I'm not saying utilize it like, oh, we have to use the AI because this is the future. I'm not saying that at all, and I hate that mindset. I'm saying, don't let people scare you away if you see an art piece that was AI, but you regrettably feel like you have some inspiration from it. It's okay to feel inspired by something that was generated based on something that was originally designed as a handmade drawing to inspire people. It's clearly trained on the best artists in the world. Hundreds of thousands of them. It's okay to have the human emotion of thinking that a piece might look good even if it's made with AI. It's still slop, but it's slop that you can use. Someone's gonna clip this and I'm gonna get so canceled. But I don't know. Probably, I feel like it's better to be honest about it. I think your stance is a lot more reasonable. AI will aggregate and condense a lot from its sources, so pretending it will never put out anything interesting on a technical level is foolish. As the exchange goes, what, you gonna arrest me? No, I'm gonna steal it back. Yeah, exactly. You went way past chibi hit. Precious Moments figurine, yeah. Although now I don't think these are, Alright. I need to, like, keep refining, trying to find a nice level of sweater detail here that is not, I'm getting too close of, like, now they look too much like marshmallows because I didn't separate them enough. Let me try that again. Let's try this. Alright, that's a good in-between, now that we have to do that a million times over. It's client's fault for not teleporting their vision into the artist's head with telepathy, exactly. Unless the folder's heavily coded in Nightshade. Unfortunately, I don't think Nightshade actually works. Like, I know Nightshade was a huge thing, but I don't think it works as well as people thought it did. As someone who tried to use it, it takes up a lot of room on the computer. It kind of adds like a really gross grain to the work that you can still see with the naked eye, honestly. And I think the AI now knows how to get past it. So, unfortunately, Nightshade is not as effectively poisoning as we thought it might have been. I can't even appreciate AI art. When I see it, I'm just immediately turned off by it, even if it's a character or subject I like. I would agree with that for the most part. I think that because I'm coming from a place of somebody who wants to get better at the art itself, I sort of look at it as like, I hate this, but it's better than me currently, so I need to see what I can learn from it. Granted, if it went away tomorrow, I wouldn't care. Because obviously, there is plenty of art that is just as good, if not infinitely better. But in my case, like I said before, there's sometimes things where what people have already generated is stuff that you just don't see enough that exists yet. Like, you can't even... I think I've told you guys before that I have aphantasia. I can't see things clearly in my head. I can only see it better like as I start working, as it starts getting onto the paper. So when it comes to something that is non-existent, pure fantasy, does not have a reference to take, there are times where I've seen things that are like AI generated and I'm like, that's kind of what was in my head. And this is the only thing that I can use that has any semblance of what I'm trying to get anywhere close to. And I hate that. But if it's already been put onto Pinterest, then I'm gonna rip it apart. Some AI artists don't even say their art is AI. A lot of people don't notice it. Really scummy. Yeah, you absolutely need to disclose it. What's really irritated on Pinterest? Because a lot of people are like, wow, Pinterest has a no AI filter. Everyone should use the no AI filter. I always turn on the no AI filter so that I don't see AI. I didn't turn on that filter. And it's not because I'm trying to find AI references. I didn't turn on that filter because I noticed that 90% of the time, it was grabbing real art. It was grabbing art that I'd recognized from a decade ago. It was grabbing art from artists I knew and just saying that they were all AI. So the Pinterest, like, AI filter, it doesn't work. It's just, it filters out real artists. It's been filtering out majority real artists. It actually gets less AI and more real art than the AI itself. So if you want to keep it on, by all means, be my guest. But I'm just letting you know, it is filtering out so much real artwork. Because the AI is trained on those pieces. Demboro has almost no AI, but it's not safe for work. Yeah. You could say the same thing about, like, Fur Affinity, right? You could say the same thing about, like, so many other sites as, like, oh, well, you know, this is a clean site with AI, but you also probably don't want to go on it as a safe for work artist. Okay, great. I was gonna say, when everyone uses a tool enough, the AI can just be trained to recognize and avoid the pattern. Exactly. So it's like... You know what I've noticed lately? You guys have probably seen it too. There was an art piece that I got really tricked by today. Because I've noticed that there's an aesthetic now, and I really like the aesthetic. I would do it if I knew how to make it look good. There's an aesthetic I see now where a lot of Chinese artists have major watermarks all over the work. Like major words, text, signatures, everything. But it's put in the work where you kind of like don't even notice it. You kind of look past it because it's really ingrained as like a graphic element into the work. But it's all watermarks. And it's a really cool look. I saw a piece today where there were like 6 or 10 watermarks on it, which usually indicates to me this is a real artwork. And then I was looking at it closer and I'm going, okay, I don't know all of my Japanese or all of my Chinese, but I'm pretty sure the characters do not look like this. It was generating work with a billion fake watermarks on it to mimic the art style of the Chinese artists that add a billion watermarks to their art. And I've been using that as a way to figure out which pieces are not AI, and now the AI is putting in fake watermarks. So now what? AI detection is famously bad in the written form, too. Oh yeah, aren't there, like, a bunch of school kids, like, having hysteric cry sessions because they're being accused of AI when the work took them, like, 20 hours? There's a version of Danboru called Safeboru, which is safe for work. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, I would not want to have to deal with that. Having to work, like, insanely hard on essays or something and then just be told, like, oh, we think the whole thing's AI. Like, no, that's so crushing, you know? It's so crushing, and it displays such a lack of trust. That lack of trust is gonna, like, really hurt people. This is why we need to teach folks how to use typewriters or handwritten papers. Okay, as someone who did have to do all of my, like, not all of them, but do you ever have those, standardized tests where they are required to be written by hand? Because I've had to do those. I've had to do ones where you are required to write, like, you know, 2 or 3 pages or whatever completely by hand. I have, like, permanent scarring marks on my hands from that. And I am always going to be upset by it. Every single time I have to use, like, a traditional pencil, it comes back. And it just, like, it just gets, really intense where that mark has been, like, my whole life. And I hate it. And it hurts. So I would not want the avoidance of AI to not allow people to type if they have to. So much AI talking, I'm gonna draw robots tonight. See you next time. Sorry, Weston Fox. I apologize. I hope you have a good rest of your night, though. Thank you for stopping by. I can curb the talk. I apologize. I end up going on, like, ranty ravies. Lord, the number 2 pencil demands are coming back to me. And a kid that would make bank by buying extras and selling them on exam days. Oh my gosh. That's insane, actually. The intelligent rant's part of the fun. My drafting pencils have a permanent notch between my dominant hands and knuckles. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry. That must be really annoying. I would have died in school with no typing allowed. With standardized stuff, you were absolutely not allowed to. And it hurt so much. It was so physically painful. They did not care. Favorite 3 Arknights characters? Suzerain. Man. I want to say if I probably the 3 in my profile. So I'd probably say Suzerain, Vulpus, and Reed, but I don't know Reed's full story yet, so I also really like Pramanix, and I really like Plajumka. But I can't take Vulpus out of that list. Suzerain and Loading Cat. Suzerain first, for sure. Vulpus and Suzerain are, like, inseparable here. If I had to separate out Vulpus, then I would probably say Reed and Plajumka. And Pram, I haven't seen Pram's story, but I really love Pram. I don't know. I can't pick 3. I need to pick 6 like it's a Pokemon team. I just love Stacy enough to make up for you forgetting her. I didn't forget Stacy. Oh. This is why I said I need a I can't order this correctly. I need a Pokemon team. I can't narrow it down to 3. Can I have it as a Pokemon team? Because then it would be... Because then it fits perfectly. Because then it's, Suzerain, Vulpus, Reed, Plajumka, Pram, Stacy. It has to be a Pokemon team. How about Blemmy? First Arknight 6-star. Oh, and I love Plajumka. Also love the choices. So I'm actually currently doing Mario Neural right now, and we're probably gonna finish it on Saturday. I'm just finishing Mario Neural, and earlier we had a meme contest, like a contest where people could submit for me to pick a character to grab from a selector ticket, and Blemmy actually won that. Well, Arknights submission for Blemmy won that. So we did end up getting Blemishine and in time for the event. So that was fun. So sad. Thank you for recognizing my pain, Vesta. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Jeez. I wanna eventually learn more of Astasia's story too, because she seems really mysterious. I know we did her operator record, but I want to know more about her. Her operator record was kind of scary. I felt so bad. Yeah, Astasia was the first E2, yes. What animal is she? She is a snow leopard. Why she's hugging her tail. Like snow leopards who bite their tail. They walk their tail around, technically. I also realized that this is more of a braid, so it's actually a lot thicker. Snow leopard, I dig it. It's a dope pattern. Yeah, she's a character from the gacha game Arknights. This is actually here. This is her actual design. When I'm not doing fan art. See, here we go. That's like her in-game design. You're really close to it? Nice fan art? Thank you. Hit 2020 game. Well, look, I don't understand the 2020 side of it, so... You get to know the sister a lot better? You're kind of similar to Lowlight and forgetting about Astasia. No! How could I forget her? I didn't forget. Okay. Ugh. Okay. I did not forget Stacy. Stacia is normally in the main team. The thing is, I've been doing, like, months of stream squad. I haven't used the main team, and of the main team, I've had to stick with, mainly, I've had Suzerain and Vulpes. And even then, I try to usually only have one of them at a time. And then Reed is Horror's favorite, so Reed is in Stream Nights. And... who else? I've been in Stream Nights for a long time. Didn't forget her. I'm joking, of course. Maybe I have to name Astasia for Stream Nights until we get to SG. I mean, if you want to, I will. I think right now, it seems like for the time being, Stream Nights is gonna be really heavily taken by Kazi, Ops, and Karanta. To the point that I have to compromise on, like, Raul as well. What do you mean your wife is homeless? You don't have a home for her? You're not providing a home for your wife, Raul? Oh my god. Your wife is homeless? Why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you providing? Oh snap, she turned his delusions against him. Oh. Your wife lives in your heart? I'm pretty sure that doesn't put a roof over her head. I'm not gonna do it, because if I start to pick multiple operators for stream nights and change them around, the list will get too long far too quickly. Okay, alright. Fair. I have not forgotten about Stacia, though. Do not worry. Also, she got, like, the best Janu! Stacia got the art piece in the, in AGF. I have not forgotten Astacia. It's true, and I'm very thankful for it. How's Firewatch been for you recently? Firewatch we've had to swap out too, because Firewatch has been, because we threw in Platinum instead of Firewatch because Kazi. Otherwise, it would have been Firewatch. Big question, what is your favorite Kimono Mimi? I think I know, but want the confirmation. Wait, what do you mean? What is my favorite Kimono Mimi? Like, outside of Arknights? Like, Kimono Mimi outside Arknights? Probably Senko-san. In general? Probably Senko-san, I would say. Platinum? Poor girl hasn't seen a lot of you since you understood her personality. What do you mean hasn't seen? She's literally in the squad right now. Senko is your waifu, proud of Aroma, and abandoned the fox to go with the wolf. How dare. You abandoned the fox to go with the wolf, and yet you can't even provide for the wolf. You know, maybe the fox is thankful. Maybe the fox can handle their own. Wolf can provide Texas, something foxes could never. Foxes can provide Vulpus. which to my understanding is really close so far. From my extremely limited understanding. It's not too far a distance. Well, this is the wolfest fox? What does that mean? You know, his really forgotten mountain? He got deployed by the team so many times he just stays there now forevermore. Aw. You guys make it sound like I do it intentionally. Mountain was used for, Mountain was used against, Morpheus. What are you talking about? I have no object permanence. I don't see Mountain on screen right now. So to me, you killed him, Rip Mountain. Man as a whole. I assume Kitsune/Fox, that's how I found you, funny enough. Sorry for the wording, but I say proudly, and sadly mine is, Horo from Spice and Wolf. That is very fair. That's very fair. Horo is great. Yeah, like, species-wise, then? Yes. Other foxes are fantastic. Senko-san, who I was mentioning, is a fox. So, Kitsune. I like Kitsune's, Neko, and Wolf Girls. No particular order, though. For the sake of your wife, I think you need an order now. Fox X Fox is how original. Look, little bit of species familiarity bias, what can I say? I don't like how this is, like, directly against this line. It's killing me a little. Alright, we'll do it like that, maybe. I don't like that. I really don't like that. We're just gonna have to scooch that over, so I don't go insane. Just need to, like, nudge that over a little bit. Just nudge it over a little. Good. Better. How do you feel about shrimp? They're cute, and I suggested them to you. Also, because I send you shrimp stuff, I now get shrimp, stuff in my feeds. And maybe with shrimp tank of your own, you can raise them too. Congratulations. I do not have time to keep up a shrimp tank. I can admire them from afar. It's already enough, like, keeping an eye on all of you little bunnies. I don't need a shrimp tank. Your shrimp now have a taste for— oh. No, no, like, as pets. If you get a shrimp tank, you can live stream it to Vesa. I don't need to live stream Vesa a shrimp tank. Vesa's got his own shrimp to watch. Give Vesa what he needs. Oh my god. I'm getting great prank ideas for folks now. What does that mean? That is highly concerning. Thank you for joining the membership. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Star, how would you make a shrimp kimono Mimi? I need your wisdom. Haven't they been done before? Aren't there shrimp VTubers out there? Like, just look at a shrimp VTuber. Yes, but how would you do it? How would I do it? How do I— once you get the shrimp tail down, everyone kind of knows. The shrimp tail is so different and visually iconic that that's kind of like— what if you have the shrimp tail, you're golden. Never use your chance to be a pioneer. I'm trying to think of like how you would do the I'm trying to think what a good way to do like the large snout would be. How would I make a rainbow trout? You're really gonna do this to me, huh? You know, it's funny. I actually know a trout VTuber. They have a trout form, I should say. Rainbow trout, gray silver hair, rainbow attire. There you go. Necklace or design in the hair. The thing is, like, it's like right in front of the— I'm trying to think. I mean, a necklace wouldn't really— It would have to be like a large triangle that doesn't really... You're not gonna put like a traffic cone on their head. Maybe like a hat with like some fringes or something? Black pearls and a pendant at a sharp point. Maybe like black, like large black pearl earrings, so it's like close enough to their eyes to get like that really beady eye feeling. A pendant though, I don't know if it would be enough. Maybe if it was like a pattern on a shirt, like a really, really large V-neck design. Diadem or whatever the crown is called. Oh, a tiara maybe. Maybe a tiara. So you have like that really long pointy part. I think diadem is more of what Pram has, isn't it? Like this thing that I'm drawing now, isn't that more of a diadem? Also, if you're new here, I haven't asked this in a long time, but if you are new here, how did you find the stream? I'm very curious how the algorithm sent you. Shrimp Miko and her Magatama pendant is actually curl up shrimp. I love it. Lady Red and Aiden to see her, friends of mine. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Tiara, you say? Just like the 3 races, also known as the triple tiara races. Is this an Uma thing? The algorithm sent me when YouTube decided to recommend newbie AK streamers to everyone for no reason a year ago. Hey, I'm grateful for it. Was it like a trending thing? I'm not even sure if I want to know, actually. I don't want to know. I'm grateful for where we're at. Now they have to go sleep now. Wish you all a good stream. And to new people, come join the Discord. Yeah, feel free to join our Discord. Just make sure that you follow the rules channel so that you are able to chat in it. Because the rules channel will prevent you from seeing the rest of the server. So make sure you grab the role in the rules channel. This also means please read the rules. But we'd be happy to have you. There are Arknights channels. Just please don't talk about anything past Act 1. And there is an Enfield channel that I do not enter. If you want to talk about anything past Act 1 in Arknights, there are threads for it. There's a lot of people very active in those threads, so definitely feel free to join those. I think we're honestly at a good stopping point here too, because this is a fairly long stream. The nice things about the chill art streams is that they generally can go longer. But yeah, I think we're about at I think I'm starting to get to the point where I'm starting to get too deep into the detail without realizing it. So we should probably stop here. Alright. At this point, let me know if this is something you're okay with me continuing at this pace. and we can continue just doing hangout streams like this, but, you know, let me know what you prefer. Let me know what you would like. Our next stream is, I'm gonna say this right this time, Saturday, where we are going to be finishing Maria Neural, hopefully. And with any extra time... The Sanrio thing, we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, we'd be happy to have you. Let's finish Maria Neural on Saturday. Definitely join the server if you haven't yet. We'd be happy to have you in the Discord. Definitely subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch if you haven't yet. We would be happy to have you there too. No? What? Next stream is on 7th of March? Okay. Yeah? Is that okay? March 7th. HSR reference? Alright, anyway. Thank you very much. I will see you in the Discord. I wish you all the best. Have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world, or the many, many worlds beyond. And well, all the best, and thank you so much.